No. Testing. 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 Testing.
Can I be of help?
Not right now. Test. 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 Testing. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing, testing, testing. I know that some of you are already online and listening to this, watching, hopefully watching some of these images, but getting ready for this workshop. If you would make a comment in the chat, that would help me determine if everything is working well. So appreciate that. Thank you. Pete, thanks for commenting. I appreciate your letting me know you're out there and that things are going well. I'm getting ready to get started here pretty soon. Well, hello everyone. Um, by putting something in the chat, if you aren't hearing, if there's some problem with my sound, if there's echoes, anything like that that you might want to comment on, I'm monitoring the chat here, and I'll adjust. Hopefully, everything is coming through um, well. Um, just wait for any kind of comment here. If you're not hearing it, I guess you would make a comment for sure. Um, well, this is going to be a fun adventure today. This painting we're going to do, um, I call it European Escape. It's a scene from a trip that Cindy and I took to England. This is in Bath, and it's just a phenomenal city. Lots of great architecture. A lot of it dates back to the Roman era, so it's a very old city. Um, Anybody make a comment? Let me know that you can hear me. Uh, just click on the chat, and I'll. If you can't hear me, then we're in trouble. So we've got a nice group on here. Almost everybody's signed on right now, it looks like. Okay, Jane. Everything is working, she says. Good. Thank you for the comments that you've been putting up. If you have questions during the course of this little mini workshop, you are welcome to pop them into the chat, and I will keep an eye on it and then monitor once in a while. Elizabeth can hear. It sounds like things are good. Good. All right. Um, so this little workshop we're going to do today, you know, first thing I want to do is talk about the materials. I often do that. For those of you that've been here before, you're gonna remember, and you're gonna probably be a little bit underwhelmed because it's the same stuff again. But what I do with my paintings, I work with uh, different papers. Any one of these is a very good paper. This is the uh, uh, Fabriano Aquarello watercolor paper, and this is what I will be using today. It's a piece of Fabriano 140 pound, because I also use the Arches, and I also sometimes will use the Saunders Waterford. I love the Saunders as well. Really, they're all very good papers. I don't usually have these pads with these logos on them. I bought those out. I don't usually work from pads. I have those available for travel or plein air or something like that, but that's not typically what I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be working from. I buy my sheets large, and sometimes I bought a large rolls, which you can get huge sheets out of, or get a lot of smaller pieces out of it. It's cheaper that way. Let me switch here to this. This is my palette, and the colors. The All the colors that you see listed on the left there are pretty much in order, I believe. I've got starting here on this point down here in the bottom right is the cad yellow light, working my way across through the warm tones up to the burnt sienna. See, are they in order there? No, they're not all in order. And then the cools are down in here, cobalt teal, and working my way across to the ultramarine blue. Ultramarine blue and burnt sienna are some that I use quite a lot, quite a lot. Let's see the comment here. Um, One comment about not hearing well. I've got my feed is going out. Let me turn mine up a little bit here if it'll help a little bit maybe. Um, See if that helps any. And there are some people have image issues, and that's kind of typical in Zoom. The feed is not always the best, and so sometimes it's beyond the control of anyone. I have applied for a higher bandwidth from Zoom, which I guess they have done or are doing. I'm not sure at this moment, but uh, hopefully it won't be blurry as we get into it. Um, the one thing about my workshops is I do put them up and I record them on YouTube, and I will give you a link to that in an email follow up, and that link will give you uh, a clean and non-blurry version because it's going to the YouTube channel and not through Zoom. So that will definitely help you later. It won't be, it may not be great at the moment because of Zoom, but hopefully it will get better, or it'll be better when you look at it that way. So anyway, color-wise, these are the colors I use. Like I said, warm colors down here, cools here, the opaques are up here, and a variety of other colors in here that I use. Some darks, violet. I use a lot of quinacridone gold typically in my landscapes. That's right here. Today we're going to have a fairly limited palette. We're not going to have a lot of colors. Use a lot of colors in this one, but and then other materials. Let's see, my brushes. Um, I have um, I have a variety of brushes that are um, always ready to go, and some of them I will use a fair amount. Some of them I don't use a lot. I love these. These are the Velvet Touch Long Round. They're longer. They're a round brush, but they're longer. I love those. This is a Skoda Perla. Use those. They're stiffer, and I like those. And I like a variety of, flat and a mop, and just use a variety of them. So whatever works is for you in terms of mark making. That's what we want to go for. Um, so this is the reference photo that we're going to work from today, and you'll see that I've kept things pretty much as they are. There are a few things that I will adjust. I'm not going to do the figures exactly where they are in this image here, but there's going to be a grouping of people down here, and we'll talk about that now as we get into this portion here. Okay. I think we're good. Like I said, I apologize for any blurriness. Again, that's the nature of this YouTube thing. The more bandwidth that you have going in and out of your home affects it, as well as other things. So if there's a lot of if you do have other devices, if you have a television set that's using the internet, that will take some of the bandwidth away, that kind of thing. So like I said, the YouTube that you will be able to watch later will give you a much better image than if you're having trouble now. So this is the image, and here is the way we're going to be working on it right here. What I have done and what I'm doing is I'm going to be working with, I have something here that I need. 1 second. I'm going to be working with a little bit of a masking here, and I'm not using masking fluid, but if you look at the photo, there are some pretty light areas on this building. Um, I'm going to be treating this whole portion in the background as very much a cooler, distant, and less detailed portion. It's small anyway, so we'll just keep that as a distant thing. We're going to keep our focus on this portion here of the building. Lighter over on this side, of course. I'm going to try to keep some of the whites in there. Um, and some of these highlight areas, especially on this section right here, I'd like to keep those. So what I'm going to do, and I've already started a little bit, I'm going to put some masking tape on there. And if you want to do that, you can. You don't have to. And what I'm going to do, I have a sharp blade, and I'm going to cut some strips of masking tape. In this case here, fairly straight because it is a building. It's an object like that. If it was uh, something like a tree, I wanted to mask off something with tape, I would probably in that case do a bit of uh, have it kind of vary and move around a little bit and do some jumping from one place to another. Now that's the main part of that right there. I can cut this. I've got a real sharp blade so I don't cut down into the paper. I've got some here already. I might do a little bit right in here. We'll just we'll run that. We'll run that all the way down there. That's pretty good. Take it off the bottom, I guess here. So I'm just trimming that off with my X-Acto blade, and giving me some white. So I'll retain some of that feeling of that white light, or the bright light hitting that. Now I could do something over here, but I think I'll just be able to paint around some of that. There's actually and the stuff over here I'm going to keep. I'm going to try to keep that fairly white too, but I don't think I'll need to mask that entirely. But I do like to keep some of these edges, so I'm going to make another strip here. Let's see. I'm cutting it on a back of a panel that I have, a painting panel. It's just a masonite, piece of masonite. So I'm going to put a little piece right in here, save that as a light area. There's another little strip right here. And this is I might just try to save to see if I can keep an edge on this little piece right here, that whole section. We don't need to have it. I don't have to tape. I don't have to mask off the whole thing. But if I can keep some of that edge nice and crisp, that might be nice. Because I'm going to be a little bit loose here with this, with the textures and so on this building, I think. So I'm going to try to just save some of that. Now there's another little spot here. It's quite light. This little spot right here, a little rectangle. I'm going to apply a little tape to that, and let's see. I'm going to put it down. And this is the way I would do a lot of my masking with this. Is a light cut with a sharp blade right onto the tape. You can see through the tape, which is nice. This is just standard Home Depot tape. It's nothing fancy. You can get you know, more expensive tapes. And I do think I need to have one more little strip along that one area there. All right, kind of curls up. I'm going to just put this right along in here. Now, part of this whole concept of this painting is to keep this much more subdued and subtle in the distance. Keep my center of interest right in here, where the lightest lights and darkest darks are going to be in this area here. Try not to go too much light off the top. I'll try to keep that a little subdued, so your center of interest is down in here, and then we're going to have some people across the bottom. Now the figures, I'm not going to really use what's there so much. If you have already drawn them out and you've done all that, that's perfectly fine. You always want to notice where the eye level is and create, the eye level. So the eye level on this one is right across here, and it's there's different portions that are really important. You want to have most of the time the tops of the heads of your figures are going to be somewhere in that eye level. If you're standing on a flat street like this is, your eye is mine is about 6 feet off the ground, so anything 6 feet is going to be right at my eye level, right at that eye level. So a person standing here, this is a person standing here is going to have some connection to that eye level. Somebody standing over here is further back, and so they don't go down as far on the paper. So every person, and if they're a little shorter, they're going to be like so. So all of these figures that I put in here, I'm going to put them in as sort of like this. Just simple carrot figures, I call them. They're just simple shapes. They don't need to be complicated. They're going to be located in several places. Over by this car, I've got a car here that I'm going to try to retain. It's a little lower than, in the United States, cars are bigger than they are in Europe, and most of the time the top of a car or a truck or something around here is at least 6 feet, it seems like, and over in Europe they're a little lower, so you wanted to make this car a little shorter, so that's the top of that. But there's figures here. There might be figures walking down the street. There might be another figure here that's a little larger. All of these you can add in however you want to do it. If I, and when I look at the nature of this whole thing, like right in here, this is kind of cool the way the light hits this person against the dark, and that's another part I want to try to get. I want to get some of this light against dark, and even this one here, there's a dark panel right here. I could make another person a little taller and walking a little closer to us here, and that's against that dark, so that might work well. So this is basically a plaza. I'm changing around a few things. There's some people sitting in here. I'm not going to do that. A lot of this is going to be not very visible anyway. It's going to be just a jumble of things and activity. Okay. Anybody have any questions on any of that, on the masking or what I'm thinking there? I didn't put any masking on the edge of this building here, which I could. I could have put a little on there. You know what? I think I will, now that I think about it. Let's put a little strip right on that. And it's got to be fairly narrow, but assuming that I get, I don't want to really lose that little white strip there. So let's put one on there. So I'm going to put this on this edge. Yeah, that's the edge of that column, and I'm just going to put this right here. I got an extra piece here. I'm just going to stick it down here, and for that one edge, I'm just any of these things you could I'm not afraid to use white opaque paint or opaque paint. So if something were to not work, I could always paint it with some opaque and make it happen. So that's the way I prepare it. Uh, yeah, the drawing. The question was, can you show us the drawing? I didn't draw ahead of time. Yeah, and the changes were really mostly down in here. Most of the top is pretty much as it is. So I guess I guess you really can't see it that well. Is that I guess the question? It's pretty simple. Mainly outlines of the shapes, and then down in here, I've added a little bit of the figures in there. Um, so I'll give you a little time to look at to work on the drawing if you need to, and also to uh, if you want to mask and do that, go ahead and get started on that. If you don't, that's fine. Masking fluid works as well, but it's going to take a while for that to dry, so it wouldn't work very well to keep up with me. Um, but masking fluid can work. The thing I like about masking tape in situations, especially with architecture, it's very clean and sharp when you cut it like that. You can also tear it and get ragged edges, but the question here is, did you say on YouTube later it won't be blurry? It all is still blurry now. You cannot, let's see. Um, Let me take a little bit of a break. Um, and I think I can uh, give you that link to YouTube, and you could go over there now. So why don't I just do that while you work on this for a little bit, get yourself ready, get your paints wet, whatever you need to do, and I'll be right back. So the link to the YouTube is available in the chats. If you want to copy and paste that into your browser, it will go there, and it is you will be able to get to it. It is a unlisted link. Do not share that with anyone, but it is for you to use. This would be what you would use then after the after the fact. For the next 2 weeks, you have access to it, and so let me know if that works okay. If that should give you a better video if you want to jump over there. We'll kind of get started here. I don't want to rush anyone. I'm going to cut this piece of tape here and move it just slightly. It's there's a little variation in the way that this facade of this building it makes a little jog outward. So I'll move that out a little bit there. So so what I'm going to do, I think, to kind of get this thing rolling here, I want to try to keep this fairly simple without too many complications. And one of the things that I'd like to do is start with, I usually start with a general wash over everything. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to start with the sky and this portion of the church and so on in the background. So the sky has a lot of, in this case, it's a lot of blue and a little bit too much. It's simple. It's it's got the little clouds in it and stuff. But I might work with that a little bit. Question here was, did I draw in the street lights or traffic lights? I have not done that per se. It's pretty small back in there. I mean, I can indicate that later if I decide I want to. I probably will put a flag on top of this building, maybe a flag hanging off the front of this building. Some things to add a little life, maybe a lamppost somewhere else. There's this big lamppost that's right here in this kind of modern lamppost. Excuse me. Modern lamppost that cuts right in here, which is not very attractive and makes a big black line right in the front of the building. I would probably make something else a little different, more stylish. Here's a lamp back in here that's got more of the feel, a couple of them in front of the building. I might do something with that same feel on a post, maybe, and move it over a little bit. That's the kind of thing I would probably adjust and not put that lamp post right down that corner of that building. So those are the kind of things that you want to always be looking for. What are the adjustments that you can make that will help the painting without changing it too much, but you're moving a few things around and that kind of thing. So let's just get started on some of the sky, and we'll just come down that way first. And I think I'm going to try to do it with a little bit of texture, have some fun with it. There are some blue sky with some clouds. I'm just going to take some water. I'm taking this paintbrush, and I'm going to just use a little bit of my cerulean. I have a nice cerulean that's the M. Graham cerulean. A lot of my colors are Daniel Smith, But these M-gram has a really beautiful cerulean, and I think I'll just use this and use this kind of a brush on a dry paper, get some texture, some cloud kind of feel. I need to put some color up against this building, I think. Don't have to worry about that area. It's going to be very dark. Take a little water on my brush, soften up some of these. I usually keep a paper towel in my hand to pick up any excess moisture if I want to do some things. I don't want to spread around a lot of the paint with a lot of water. Okay, let's take a little more cerulean. So I'm going to put a fair amount of this cerulean right down this edge here. Right along this white edge I have here. And then I'm going to make it a little more like broken clouds over here. So I'm just using dry brush to a degree and dry paper, and then adding some moisture to kind of create a little bit of a cloudy feel. Now, clouds are going to have a little bit of color to them. Could add a little bit of violet or some other neutral color, even some little touch of some burnt sienna, some of the dirt on my palette. It doesn't really matter. And get a little bit of a gray to the bottoms of some clouds. That always works kind of nicely. The area down below here that is going down, usually things go down into the horizon. The sky is going to pick up a little bit more haze and atmosphere. I'll use a touch of raw sienna to blend into some of that a little bit. And I don't need a lot, and I don't need to worry about the edges of the building here. This is going to just give it a little bit of that warmth of the feeling of light coming in, and of the atmosphere, the shifting atmosphere there a little bit. Now I ended up with a little bit of brush stroke right on here that I don't like. Let's try to break that with a tissue. Just see if that still damp enough that I can just sort of use a damp tissue, and erase a little bit there. So I'm going to use my dryer and dry that a tad. This is a heated craft tool that doesn't make a lot of noise, so you shouldn't really hear it that much. And it's going to dry this pretty fast, but I don't want to have it wet right now. I have a question from Pete. He says, do you use the same palette in the studio as you do in plein air? Well, this palette, which is a Holbein folding palette, is what I use almost entirely for everything. It folds up so I can carry it. When I do travel to teach workshops, I'm able to fold it up, put it in my suitcase, pretty small. It doesn't take a lot of room, and so it's handy, and it also is a good plein air palette. You can carry it in this backpack and flip it open. It does tend to, the paints tend to kind of get into each other sometimes, so I usually put a little layer of a plastic bag between when I fold it shut. when I'm traveling, and especially the M. Graham paints, which are honey based, they will slide around a little bit too much on the palette. Not the best for travel. So I do um, try to do that when I'm traveling with it. Um, so now I'm going to jump into this background here. We're going to keep it very simple, mostly a shape at this point. We'll put some details in it later. You can see on the building there are some light hitting the side of it. A couple of little things there that are lit. Uh, I'm not going to worry about that for the most part because it is distant, and I really don't want your eye going back there. Your eye is going to go to the lightest light and darkest dark areas. So if there's light areas back in here, they're going to go back and look at that versus what I want them to see up here. So I think I'll just avoid that altogether. I might leave the opening in that little window there. So when I do things like this, which are a little bit finer, I'm going to probably use my long rounds, my Velvet Touch long rounds. I've got a smaller one, a 10, and I've got a 14. So these will allow me to keep a pretty fine line. I'm going to make up a pigment color that's pretty cool. A lot of ultramarine blue, burnt sienna to neutralize it, make it gray, make a fairly big puddle because I may have to do a bit down in here. And it does get warmer, on the building, and that's where I would probably pull in some raw sienna. Now, I don't need to do too much of that. I put another little dab of violet in there to change the color a little bit. Put maybe a little raw sienna too. The raw sienna just mixed into it and gives it a little, neutralizes again the violet that I put in there. I might want a little more blue. So I'm looking at the color as I stir it around on here to make sure I've got the color I want. A little burnt sienna again to neutralize it some more. So there's my my color I'm going to be working with. Now that's a little dark, so I want more water. I want more water than that. It's only dark, on the as you begin to lay it down, but I want it to stay pretty light. So I'm definitely shifting it lighter by adding more water. I don't want this to be a dominant shape back here. There's a little cross at the top, and there's more light on this one side, but I'm not going to worry about it. I could change some things later if I need to, but I'm really going to just make this happen the way it is. Now I'm going to adjust my values by putting a little bit of darker value of the pigment that I have in my, have it on my palette. I can also pick up some other colors and put in there. It's got a lot of warm tones. Let's pull in a little bit of sepia. That's a warm dark. Let's drop a little sepia in here. Just some color. I'm going to put a little of that down the side of this. I don't want to have a lot of value in here, though. I want to keep it pretty light. So I'm just sort of dancing around with my brush, playing with what I see here and making some things, some textures, looking at what's there. Even if I skip some things, leave a little bit of light here and there, that can add to some of the interest around this part of right around in here where this thing has some interesting shapes to it and some interesting architecture. So there's a bunch. Now here's where I would go a little more sepia. Put a little violet in it too, actually, there. Just grab some paint, make that a little more interesting. This comes down there. It's dark back here. And there's a shadow on the side of a column there. I'm going to go back to some of my cools now again here. But it is, you know, the actual area here becomes that warm sepia tone, or a sienna tone, raw sienna tone. I'm going to put some raw sienna into it. It's all wet and it's going to melt together, but that might add a little something that resembles what's there. I'm looking at the shape and the colors and the way the colors are going, and I'm trying to paint something that I think is enjoyable versus what I see in front of me. So these colors blending that way and making the changes from one to another is what I find attractive. Now the one part of this building is quite a bit of sienna down, or yeah, raw sienna down this side. I can start down here. When I pull it up into that stuff up there, it's going to make a nice gradation down, and it's going to have a nice feel to it. It's much darker in here. Get back into my blue-gray stuff that I have. So this part all comes down, and it comes right down to the top of this car. And I want that car to have some light on it, so I want to leave that white. And that's the edge of where I'm going to go, and it's going to go. This stuff back in here is all going to go soft into some things back in here. I can just take some water and let some of that happen with some softening. Now I've got the part behind here that is visible in the photograph. I chose to really eliminate really everything there. I'm gonna just make up some shapes basically. But over here, now I need to make this this work right away here. It should be a little darker with the roof lines and things. And I'm going to not worry about the windows at this time, but I'm going to use this sort of a gray that I've already been using, and using it as a little bit of a darker value. Drop in some other values into it. And also down in here, create this shape. I'm just looking at the shapes at this time, not all the details, just the shapes. Now, this portion over here is, I'm going to get a bigger brush, my bigger long round. I'm going to get quite a bit of raw sienna to start with. I'm just going to put some of that on. And but then we're going to add into it some others of these cools. I don't want it to be as warm as just straight raw sienna, so I want this to melt together a little bit and give me some of that feel of the raw sienna, of that warm tones on the building, but not too much. Now I'm leaving a little edge there. I'll have to kind of clean that up later. And it's going to get darker as it goes down behind the people. It's buildings, a city, any kind of city. We've got shadows, and everything gets darker down where there are you might see here like the tops of these people's heads. I'm going to leave little bits of light for some of this, and I'm going to just kind of indicate a variety of things happening here. And put a little value on the car, a little value on some of the people, leaving bits here and there. So I have some light to work with when I come back. And there's definitely a shadow coming off of the whole building here. This whole area is in shadow. And I want to use that shadow to indicate some important parts of this foreground here. And I'm going to leave some of it light, but I'm going to have some of this is going to go up into shadow over here. Just using some water here to soften some edge. Make another swipe of shadow. So that's my generally my approach to that portion of the background, that section. And what I like to do a lot of times when I'm painting, and I think it's a good approach, is to find bite-sized chunks that you can do. In this case here, this whole portion was one. The sky was one. This was one. That little part back there, I can do that later. And then I'm going to start working over here, and there's sort of a couple of big major ones over here. But right there, I have I think the makings of a good background feel. It's somewhat silhouetted. The sun is behind it now. The sun in the photo hits this building a little bit, but I could deepen the shadow on this side of the steeple. That might make it work better, but we'll see. I'm going to let you all paint. See what happens here. See if you can catch up. I'll take a little break. It is 1:45, so I'll take I'll take 10 minutes or something, and then you guys can assume some of you are still painting, and we'll give you a chance to catch up a little bit. Make comments in the comments section, and I'll get to them. Well, I'm back and looking at trying to make sure that that YouTube link was correct. It looked like I was having trouble making it work, but this is the one that should work. If you have jumped over to YouTube and this is working for you, uh, give me a a thumbs up or a comment here in the comments. So it's in the chats. You can copy and paste it from there, um, and hopefully that will work. But it definitely will work later, or you could even go over there now and start from the beginning. I think it'll start. You can back up and stream from the beginning of that, and that might work for you too. And also, when you go to that, you can skip through all the dead stuff, or you can pause it. You know, it's a lot easier that way. So, so that's where we're at right now. I had some comments, mostly about using the okay. Elizabeth said it works. That link worked. So good. That's good. It. I wanted to make sure that you have good quality. That's why I've done the YouTube version, and I think it. For some reason, Zoom just does not work well with large groups of people and with high quality images. I'm working with them on that, and I think I have a solution, but I don't think it's been updated yet. So we'll jump forward here. Yeah, Laura says YouTube is working great too. Yep, good. That's awesome. All right, let's go to the next stage. The next thing I want to do is I want to work on this portion of the well, let's do something in the background here. Let's do a little bit of and this is nothing really important. There is a little bit of a tower back here, and that might be okay to have that in there. I'm going to use this same kind of gray stuff I have here. I'm going to make it very light, mostly water. Put this little tower thing in. Put some other features in here. I'm going to shift to a little bit of a. I've got some undersea green. I'll put a little bit of a greenish tone to it a little bit. I don't want to have it detailed, and I don't want to have it dark for sure. So it's just to indicate a distant, add some color to it, add some blue to it, give it a little more cool, distant feel. I mean, there's a little building shape right here. And we're going to put some lamps in here on top of this in a little while. Maybe we could go a little darker right in here and make this like a little separate little portion of a building there. And by just keeping it light right now, you can always add some details later, but at least you'll have a little value back here, and it'll give you something to work with. I'm going to add a little dark to this little portion of this building that I put in here. Very simple, very understated. I could put a few more textural things in there if I wanted to add a little more value. But the thing about a photograph, captures things so differently than when you're there. If you were standing there and you looked down into this distance, you probably it would probably fade away a lot of it, and its atmosphere would show up much more. There are a lot of things about photographs that you have to adjust. You don't want to be literal with a photograph, or it becomes very photorealistic, and that's not the way I paint. So I like to interpret. So I'm going to dry this to make sure it's not going to go anywhere and smear into something else. Okay. So now we start on the top up here, and I'm just going to start here and just going to work my way down and try to leave some of this stuff alone as I come down. Just got to be careful with it. I'm going to start with my small brush again, and we're going to put a little bit of textural stuff in here, not necessarily paint all the little brick lines and things the way they are in there. Uh, there are some up in this area we will want to do that. You know, we want to have some of the detail in there, maybe in here, but back in here, I think I'm going to be pretty simple with it. This, you know, this little architectural piece at the top here, um, it's pretty dark. I've got some sepia that I might add into my darks. My ultramarine blue burnt sienna can get pretty dark. And I could use that just as it is. And I've got a pretty thick mixture on my brush right now because I do want it dark. And there's light hitting the side of it, but I'm really not going to worry about that. I could make it a little more, try to concern myself with some three-dimensional effects, but I don't think I will. And there's this strange little, it looks like a scales of justice hanging off here. It must be a courthouse, I guess. So we're just going to sort of fill this in. Change the color a little bit. It's a little softer over here. A little more of there's some sepia maybe on that. I mean some raw sienna, I mean to say. And there's a darker band down in here. It changes, and we think about painting. I think is there's several, a lot of different ways to accomplish painting. Some people use a lot of big wet washes. Some people use a lot of dry brush. Some people do a variety of things. There's just a lot of ways to accomplish this. And I think one of the things to do is to look at what you're doing while you're doing it, and then adapt, adjust, use what you like to do. What I like to do quite a lot is use just a splatter of a paintbrush, the water, the way it drops, and then the wetness of the water, the way it flows, the wetness of the paint. So I will do that quite a bit. And then a quick brush stroke sometimes is really important, just to give you some different kinds of textures and different kinds of effects. A little quick. Slide your brush, make it quick. Let's put some other dark in here. Sometimes I have to cover up part of the painting so I don't splatter too much, which I just did into the sky. I got some paint in the sky here. Those might have to be birds. So, and this portion along here where it's kind of warm, there's a lot of warm tones in here. I'm just using some raw sienna, and I've got that taped off, so I'll keep some of that pretty crisp on that edge. And then I've got an area here where I want to keep another little band of light. And I think I'll switch to now some of the other colors. And one of the things about that warm tone on that column there, a lot of that is reflected light. It's light that's being reflected off of the front of the facade of the building, so you get this really nice glow, and that's part of what I'm trying to keep there. Keep some of those ideas of, take a little bit of violet, a little bit of sepia, put some darks in here. Like I said, I'm not going to worry about all of the little intricacies. I'll get some more paint up there. If you keep it wet, you'll have a lot of this will all work together. You don't have to start and stop. Starting and stopping a lot of times will give you uh, bad edges and things like that won't work too well. So I'm going to just drag. I like this gray color I have here now. I'm going to just drag this down. I like that color. Adding some more value into this little portion here around this little sculptural feature. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to worry about trying to get it exactly right. I'm kind of liking the colors I have in there. They're not like the colors on the actual photograph, but I like them. Go a little warmer here. A little more raw sienna. A little violet. Pick up that violet that was up at the top. And I think the violet's a kind of a nice contrast to these columns and things which have a yellow tone to them. So the complement of the violet would be a yellow, so you'd have a little pop there. Maybe it needs a little splatter here of some pigment. So these colors here, those are pretty rich right in here. I'll darken this up a little bit. I'm not worried about getting precise, things right there. I'm more looking for the general feel of what's there. And this does get quite a bit darker down in here as it gets down toward the street. And we can just fictionalize some stuff. Maybe there's some things here that are dark. Maybe this person's got some dark on them. Let's put a little raw sienna in here. A little bit of a glow here, maybe where the where the light is bouncing off some things. There's our figures. We want to save a little bit of highlight on some of that. Might be some more figures back there, so we'll just kind of suggest some things. Maybe this guy has some of the color on him that's here already. We're just going to generally indicate some of those shapes. I'm going to take some of this. I'm going to take some of this sepia. And I think I need to, if this is still wet enough, drop in. So it's not sopping wet, but it's damp enough so it bleeds a little bit. It gives me sort of that rough, weathered feeling of some of this architecture. Now we have a couple of really nice shapes going. I like colors. You've got a nice variety of colors. You got some fun stuff. It isn't as warm. Like this portion right in there is kind of that warm strip, like the column that is there. But a lot of this is cooled down from the shadows. And now over here, I'm going to probably have to be a little warmer over here. But I want to keep a lot of light. I want to keep it fairly white paper. And I'm going to think of that as that white area here as I don't want your eye going off the top, so I'm going to have to put some tone over up here and kind of keep the lighter areas kind of contained in one section here. Well, of course, this strip right here is a little bit dark. So anyway, it'll be a challenge here to kind of get what I want. And this curve of this building right here, the only thing that shows that it's really a curved thing is or the lines. You got to have those lines fairly accurately drawn in to show that curvature. Let me dry that a little bit here. Everybody doing okay? Not going too fast? I think what I will do, well, let's see. This is a very important part right in here. I like the way the light plays on here, and I want to try to keep that pretty interesting, hopefully. And of course, the lights are coming down all the way here. Maybe what I'll do, just trying to decide if I should start there or One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of this tape off. You can see if it helped at all. So there's a piece of tape right here that's giving me a pretty white edge there. Here's a piece of tape here. Keeping that edge pretty white. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this little portion right here for a little later. I'm going to start up here. I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of do a general wash and some textural things up in here. And it's going to be a little different in that I'm not going to try to keep it as yellow as it is there. Let's say, especially up on the top, I'm going to force it a little bit cooler with some ultramarine, burnt sienna. And that's going to, in a sense, be a little more grayed out up in here. Because again, I don't want your eye to go right off this page. And I'm using this hake brush and getting some texture on here to, so I'm killing that white up there. And so there's some textures. There's some texture on that. Quite a bit of texture over here. I'm just doing a very loose, soft treatment here to try to get a little variety and a little bit of interest. The light's going to be coming across this way from the sun. We can put a few marks that show up as sort of as streaks, maybe. So my light to be in this area, but maybe not on this outside edge. Let's just put a little value there. Now it's still going to be pretty light and white, but not a lot, not a overly white. Your eye goes to the lightest light and darkest dark. So right now I've got this the darks on here. This is an interesting passage and the value shift there, and then my light's hitting here. I want some visual there. So my stronger lights are going to be in this area here, other than the sky. Let me dry that. All right, I'm going to start up at the top on this portion, I think, and we'll start with some of that same mixture I had before, ultramarine blue, burnt sienna, and maybe some raw sienna. We'll start with a little raw sienna here. We'll just place some of that in here and then work back into it with some of the other stuff I have. So we're trying to quickly, and I've got this masked off a little bit here, so I can probably do this pretty rapidly. It doesn't matter too much what. This is an old building that's been there since who knows when, so I can be pretty free with colors, with textures, and still have it looking interesting and viable. And let's see, we'll do a little sepia, darker and sepia right in here. So while I'm in an area like that, I will pull into a shadow like that little edge there. Just pull right into that at the same time. Again, we got to have some sepia in here. I mean, some raw sienna in here. Let's do some more raw sienna from the bottom up. Give it a little warmth. So that's very wet and runny and drippy. Going to go a little darker down in here now around this figure. This figure here is going to be kind of a major player in our little drama. Shadow comes up off that building. You see that on this other figure over here. There's a shadow coming up. There is I've got a little bit of a space between these where I've taped off a section here, and it's there's a sort of a band in here of light that is very sepia. I mean, very sepia. Very can't talk and paint at the same time. Raw sienna. So that raw sienna yellow works good to get some of this to feel, and I'll work in some other colors in here too, but some of that raw sienna is good in there. All right, I'll dry that for a little bit. So this wasn't intentional, but it worked out well. I like the fact that there's this nice dark here. There's a dark note here and a dark note here. There's kind of this, and then it kind of comes down. There's a dark on the building, so I like the placement of the darks that I've got. Again, not necessarily intended to do it that way, but that is what happens. Sometimes you're able to get some things that work when you're still painting rather rapidly and loosely. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break, step away, and take a look at the painting, and then we'll jump into this next section and finish up some details. We're about halfway into this, but we've got quite a few details left to do. So I'll take a little break and keep painting. Okay, let's jump forward into this next portion. Um, so I think what I'll do before I go into this right side, I'm going to finish this over here. So let's take a look at that. There's a fairly detailed part, and it's pretty dark here, and then it becomes very light as it gets lower. So let's just start with some of the sepia and some of this other dark stuff I have here, and we'll add a few. There's a little triangle of light or of shadow right here. I like that. It's just the way the building has these. And there's this, I don't know what these are, little gargoyles or something. And I'm just fictionalizing something here. It was the British painter um, um, John Yardley. He said, he's quoted as saying, "When you see a jumble, you paint a jumble." And I think there's something to that. When you are painting these kinds of areas, you really can't see what they are. If it's a jumble of stuff, just paint it as a jumble of stuff. Don't try to make it into something that it isn't. So here's darks against some lights, and then there's a little more of the raw sienna-like values in here. So some little also some darker notes here on this edge. There's a dark piece right here, and then there's a column top here that's got some dark to it. There's a line across there, and I have taped off a little bit of this here, so we'll see how that works. Shadow in here. So I'm just trying to find the little items that make up these shapes here. It's like there's a little bit of warmth up in here in that area that I sort of skipped around. A little bit more of the reflected light coming in, I suppose. So I'll wait for that to dry, and then we'll go in and do the take the tape off, and that'll help us see what we got there. So let me dry this. So I think I think I'll take off some of the tape now, um, even up here on this top portion. Uh, I may not want that to be that white, of course. That might have to get toned back a little bit. Um, let's see. So there's a big area there that I wanted to keep some light on, and I will go in and adjust that now in a little bit here. Add some values in there. Sometimes those little tape things don't really amount to much, but sometimes they help. So like here, I should probably take this one off as well. This is the kind of kept that edge kind of clean. And I'll wait with those up there. So I forgot to mention, if you don't have raw sienna, of course, yellow ochre is close to that. It's a little bit more opaque, I believe. Uh, so my brightest yellow that I've used so far has been this raw sienna. I haven't used much. I haven't used any other yellows, um, and so when I see this big portion of light here, I'm going to probably try to tone it back a little bit with some of this raw sienna. Just a little brush stroke here, dry brush maybe, even over here maybe I'll do some things. But right in here, this portion here, there's a this column is darker on this side, and then it fades. The gradation as it's rounding off to the lighter side of that column. To tickle that edge a little bit and make it soft. Darken it a little bit more on the shadow side. Try to give it some idea that it's a little curved. A little bit of a column. And there's some interesting little marks along here that are indicative of the way the bricks, the stones create little shadows. Okay, well that's probably enough detail for that. Now my other column up in here, I probably should try to keep that somewhat like that. So let's start with some raw sienna up in this strip right here, over that gray, so it's not too vivid. And we have some nice dark base things here to this portion of this facade here. And we have this portion here is in shadow, and there's a cast shadow coming off onto there. Get this shadow off that, and there's a shadow here, and there's some shadows off of these little features here. We don't need to try to get them exact. Just use the same kind of neutral gray color here. Now this column up above, which I talked about, was needing to have some of that same treatment. Let's do a little warmth down it. Leave a little bit of that edge, and we'll go to some of this gray we have, and then we'll go to some sepia right into the edge here. Don't want it too dark though, so I'll make sure I don't. So again, I'm trying to avoid making it too yellow, too warm. Take this tape off here. So that's a kind of a white strip. Now I'll have to kind of maybe I'll have to put a little yellow onto that, a little tone. I'll take these off. Don't have to tape these things off, but it's sometimes just kind of nice to remember where you want to, what you want to save. So there's a little dark area here. And it comes down into here. There's a little shadow there, actually. That's good. And this part here is a little darker. I'm going to paint these strips of value here um, a little bit more, a little neutral. It's a warm, but I'm just going to put these in, and we'll go a little cooler here. I don't really want to get too detailed with these window things up in here. Just indicate them with a little bit of, and then I'm going to just add a little splatter to kind of neutralize and lose the edges of it. And even up in here, I don't want that white going off the top edge. So I'm just splattering some water and creating it, creating kind of an abstraction there. Down in here, I do want some warmth. I don't want a lot of it. But this bit of raw cyan, I'm just going to indicate some dry brush marks here. And these are going to be sort of the underpainting textural stuff. Same thing is true here. There are some stains, some drips that come off off that edge, come downward. While that's damp, maybe I will take a little sepia and make that happen. Any questions out there? So I'm going to, excuse me, I better dry this a little bit. Excuse me. So I think right now I'm going to work into these darker shadow areas on this part of the facade here, um, and get those started, get those in place. So trying to find the colors again that I see here. There's a warmth in this one shadow here. It's you know because of the this warm limestone or whatever it is. Um, just going to do that shadow area, and then there's shadows off of. I don't want to do all of them, but there's some shadows coming off of some of these stone stone lines. I splatter a little water on there just to put some texture in. All these stones have color and texture. Don't have to paint it exactly the way it is, just dropping in some color. Notice that I didn't put anything on this piece up here. I saved that to be kind of a highlight yellow. Better do that. Okay, so we'll keep going with this warm tone in here. Put a little violet in there in parts of it. So I'm shifting my colors as I go. Uh, Down here a little more blue, actually a lot blue, I guess, accidentally. That's okay. Some warmth again on this shadow here. See, I think I'll warm it up with a little orange. I haven't used any orange, but there could be orange to bring it to another little different color. A little brighter Use a little Cambodge down here and make it more yellow. So that color picks up the reflection in here, and that could even be a little touch of red in that. They're all in the same family. So that's that. All right, while you paint, I'm going to take a little break here for a second. So
Paint away.
Okay, well, I'm back. Had a little break there. I have a son-in-law that's just stopped by on his way. My wife's taking him to the airport. He's on his way to South America to hike Patagonia. Any of you are hikers or are interested in adventures? He does lots of crazy stuff, climbs mountains and stuff. Anyway, that was a little diversion. Now I've got to get back to work. Um, so the shadow off of this on the window here, I'll paint that shadowy area first. I think it's kind of a cool, just a cool shadow, and it hits all this woodwork over here on the frame. It actually the deeper colors go between the um, panes here. So I'll just make it all fit together here that way. And I don't have to be real precise with it. It's kind of one of those things where sometimes less is more, just an indication, especially since it's over here on the side where I don't really want to pay too much attention to it. And then there are some of these features over here, some over here, on the architecture and the creases, the brick or the stone joints. And those are kind of important in here because the curvature of them tells you the curvature of this the way the stone is laid. I don't have to put in all the little marks, but it's good to have some of those things indicated. Now there's another nice little window down at the bottom here that's a kind of got a great really a nice feature, and I really like the way these things work. So I'm going to make this shadow kind of cool here. Now what happens in an arch most of the time is up in here where the arch is at the top of the arch, it picks up warmth. So some of the raw sienna, maybe a little bit of maybe a little orange, it becomes warmer up in the top. And it's because of the light bouncing up into the archway. And I just really like the way that works. Now there's also shadow coming off over here, and I'm just going to suggest some things right off of there like that. So mostly now everything has some color on it. Left some whites over here a little bit, some whites in there. Now it's really a matter of fine tuning and picking out are my uh, where's my center of interest, where are the things that I need to put emphasize, where do I want to strengthen and make things some darks and some lights. Mostly now we're going darker, um, and I really need to focus on this area of the the street here and the people. that's that's going to be the key here to make this thing kind of come together. And there's quite a bit of dark down in there. If you notice on the photograph, it's very dark, and it's as dark as this stuff, here. and it's down in there. And so that would be my next step is to uh, find the values that I want down in there. Um, let's say I'm going to use a lot of sepia. Could use some of the other stuff here too. A little burnt sienna, ultramarine blue, sepia. Make a nice dark. There's some violet in here. It doesn't really matter. Dark when it gets dark, it really doesn't matter what you're using. So starting up here, there are, as I mentioned before, there are some lamp posts or lamps that come off and they hang down, and we got a couple of big lamps right here. There's one, and I don't know if I want to do another one. Another one back. There's one behind there too, but it would kind of get in the way of that one, so I don't think I'll do that. But I'll do. I might do some other things. Maybe there's a sign coming out from the wall here that's kind of a part of that. And I could put a little bit of other details right in front of that, which won't hurt at all. Um, there is this. I had made this little roof line here. There's some things behind that roof line. I'll just make some general random building-ish marks back here. Building-ish, that's a good word. Building-ish. We'll put kind of take a fingernail and scrape into it a little bit here and there. Here's this area behind the car. This goes up into here. There's some nice darks in that area. There's a window. Here's a window. Okay. We're trying to make this car a little more pronounced form to it, maybe. Now, I don't like to make them extremely realistic. They don't have to be that. We're looking at just a shape, and it's very tiny. This is half an inch long. So also the figures are going to have, if you want to put some color, we want to have some color on the faces. Are going to have some color, and I can start with that, get some, kind of help me indicate where there might be some people in here. And by that I'm just putting a little red, on their faces. Little color. Here's some blue on my palette right there. A nice glob of blue. Let me put a little blue on a couple of these people on their clothing. Let's see. And I'm good with just some little indications. And I might put some other blue. Maybe some of these windows here. I might just even use some of that blue to give me a little bit of a feel of windows. But I still got to go darker on this whole background here. It's got to have, there's maybe some windows there. So right now I'm really just looking at making something interesting out of this little mess here. A little splatter doesn't hurt. Give some textures. Maybe it's some of those random things can give you just what you need. You don't need to plan it all out. I kind of like the color, or that little shape I got in there. I think that worked pretty nicely. Um, let's put a little bit of that up on this side here to kill that brightness. There was a bright area. Again, a little splatter into that. Okay, I'm going to need to make these figures. These figures have got a lot of white on them, and they can't have that much. There shouldn't be any real whites back in here except for maybe a little touch of a highlight, um, because there is this. They're all in the shadow. The whole area there is shadowed. I'm putting some color just to indicate some clothing colors. Um, let's put some, how about a little green? We don't have any green anywhere. That'll really throw things off. So I'm lifting some back. This is the Fabriano Artistico. Has enough sizing in it to allow me to lift a fair amount of the color back. And if I leave any white back here, it's very minimal, just a touch. If I take my fingernail or a palette knife or anything like that, I can go in. This here is a credit card. I should be able to push back a little bit on some of this, some of those figures. Create a little mark there. Um, so these figures here, try to use some of the same colors I've been using already to try not to mix it up too much. Let's do a little violet on this guy here. And I like to connect figures when they're like this, a couple. They might be holding hands, whatever, but they're walking together. They're gonna be one unit. We don't need to have them separated out. And he's got slacks. She's I'll make this, this guy's got to have a stronger shadow and be a little darker on the side. Again, these are just figures to hold a place. They're not really a detail at all. So this area back behind here, this should be quite a bit darker as well. Um, and in order to do that, I think I'll just start with a little bit of grayish tone and there's shadow coming across these buildings and so on. There's a lot of value here. I'm going to so that generally is getting the feel of the dark area on from the photograph. Um, I'm going to add a couple things, little details here, like I mentioned before. I think I want to put a little flagpole up here, and maybe one off of this building here somewhere. Maybe not too high. So this is in England, so we got to keep it kind of. So we're going to have a little bit of a thing like this, and a little bit of red. This one here could be a hotel banner. Doesn't have to be a flag of the country or anything, just a Um, I think I need to put a little bit of value behind a couple things within the sky. I'm going to take and clean off an area here and get some nice fresh cerulean. And I'm going to just get this edge a little tighter. So if this is blue sky in here, and the old blue sky over here. Maybe the top here needs a little more blue. I'll add a little ultramarine to it, and I'll put a little more blue into the top of the sky here, just to knock that back a little bit. Let me dry that. It probably looks a little bit of a glare on the screen. So, little touch-up stuff here. Um, I'm going to take a rather a tiny brush, and I'm going to do some highlighting with some opaque white. If I can find it here. And I'm going to basically take it right out of the tube here. So this car, if the light is hitting it, do need a little bit of light. I've kind of smashed that brightness down a little bit too much. The back trunk. So the figures here, here's this guy, maybe a little shoulder. just some indications of some figures here. In the background here, maybe some indications of something in the buildings. Um, I noticed now that I never did fill in that light up there, or that clock up there. That's kind of not good. The that clock should have had some value on it. I failed to do that, and just need to put something in there. There's the tail lights on this car. They need to be a little red. And I think I need to darken this side over here a little bit more. Just a touch of some blue, kind of kill that brightness. I want the light over here and on this and over this direction, not on the outside edge. I always end up with a few splatters in the sky. Those always have to be disguised with birds. That's just the way I do it. It seems like they always happen. So there's always birds anyway around these kinds of buildings. Uh, there's going to be a bird or two looking for a place to roost. Um, put a few more darks in. This is pretty much just some neutral tint. Neutral tint or sepia would work. I'm going to put a lamppost here. Uh, uh, so these are the stages now where it's just a matter of touching up, filling in a few things here and there. you know, trying to put a little bit of completion into this kind of a painting. And again, this painting has it's pretty impressionistic. There's lots of room for interpretation, I guess, and when you paint this way. Um, and here's this facade here has some things happening. So I think I'll put a little touch of Rossi and maybe brighten it up a little bit with a little bit of this cad yellow. We'll put a little touch of some light, some yellows hitting a couple of these things here. Just typically you'll have some kind of markings on this street. It looks like there is a curb over here along in here somewhere. And there might be some things on the sidewalk too, some and they'll help to drive your eye back into the vanishing point or whatever. Like I said before, I could do something on the side of that steeple there, make it more three-dimensional back there. I kind of like the simplicity of it. I think I like that. I like a lot of the color in here. I like these dark notes. Um, Feels like it's kind of working for me. Um, if I were to look at this now for a period of time, I might find some things that I would want to add or adjust or change or whatever. But I think I'm pretty well satisfied with what I have. There's some it's a little fancy gate type thing here, but I'll just do it as a simpler one. There's got to be some. Let's make some rails here. Yeah, the YouTube link. Somebody asked about it again. Here it is. It pops up there, and it's in the chat. You should be able to find it there in the chats if you were to. I think you can go back and look at the different chat there. But that's the YouTube link. Um, I will send it to you, obviously, in the follow-up email that'll come and so you'll have that as well that way. Um, Anybody have any other comments? I'd love to hear. I'm about done with what I'm going to do right now. I might, like I say, I might end up having to, looking at some things and stepping away from it. That's I tip the hard thing about doing these online is I sit in front of it the whole time and I don't. I step away, but I don't really put it up and put it in a different environment and walk away and come back. That's the thing I like to do. Um, so there's that link again. Um, if you can do a screen grab of that anyway, but I'll send it to you, so don't worry about that. Um, Thank you all for joining me. Again, if you have a comment or anything, I'd love to see it. Come in. I'll be able to pop it up and comment on it. Um, Let me take the what I always do though is as part of the routine of painting is to you know take a take some pride in your work and sign it. And so to sign it here, I'll do that. I have a signature membership with National Watercolor Society, American Watercolor Society, Transparent Watercolor Society, and a bunch of others. And it's nice to be able to include that in your when I'm signing. Um, Let me get this board out of the way here. Question was, what color did you paint the clock in the church tower? I just did it with some of the stuff I had on my palette, and then I uh, dabbed it off because I thought it was a little too dark. It's just some of the grays and things. Um, Pete, thanks, Pete, for joining. You've been on several, and I've had you in a in-person workshop, so I feel like you're an old friend. So several of you have been in my workshops before. I sure appreciate you joining and spending some time on a Saturday. Pete, you didn't have to go to your other event. I didn't know if I should post that up here so everybody could see it, but that was, you were kind of sounded like you were really happy to be here today, so that's good. Um, this is Laura. Um, Thank you for being a part of this, and I hope you all learn some things and get inspired. Um, there's always um, there's always things to accomplish in this crazy world of painting and watercolor. Um, it's I think the colors that you're seeing on the screen are probably a little bit soft. Let me try something here. See if I can change any of this color. Get a little more color into it, maybe. Doesn't look like it's changing. Oh, that's the wrong camera. That's why. Um, I think there's a little more color to it on the screen here, or on the one in front of me here. Maybe it's more like that, a little more saturated. Um, the yellow on the building is meant to be subtle and just a suggestion of that. I wanted it to be a lot of white of the white of the paper, which I saved some of it, not 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 too much, but some. Um, and Emmeline Lou, um, yeah, thank you for your comment. Thanks for joining. Um, and again, if you have trouble with your with that um, the screen the view again, this is the link, and I will send that in an email to you. You'll get a follow-up email, and it'll have that link in it, and the YouTube video will be available for at least a couple of weeks for you to enjoy and paint from. And you can stop it, and don't have to go as fast if you don't want to. That would be really good. So thanks so much for joining me. Uh, appreciate you being here, and uh, till we see you again, I'll do another one of these sometime. I've got a lot of live in-person workshops coming up. I'll be in Boston next week. I'll be in Spokane, Washington. Where else am I going? Let me see if I um, can kind of show you where I'm going to be. It might be handy. Um, in case you're interested. Let's see. Should show up here. Maybe not. Let's see what we got going. Well, didn't work. I was going to show you that, and somehow that didn't happen to work the way it's supposed to. I can try it another way. But anyway, I have workshops coming up uh, in uh, Boston, Spokane, Washington, Fort Worth, Texas, Alabama, uh, right here in the Rockwall, Texas area. And I'll be at Cheap Joe's this summer, workshop there in July. And up in Minnesota in Bagley area, Arts Collaborative puts a nice workshop on if you're up in the Minnesota area. So anyway, those are some of the things that I've got going. Um, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. God bless you, and we'll see you soon.